Hello, 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 guys. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ah, I'm not perfectly on time, but at least I'm ready. So, how are you all doing? Hi, Grumpy, and hi, Lunoven, and hi, Indy, and hi, Milksy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to another stream. You did an oops, you have your high and low sorted. Oh, how do you mean? What do you mean with that? You're more on time than me at work. Okay, that makes me glad. And hi, Lady Reinag, welcome as well. Should we just instantly start in with the sort of mental health check in of like, how have you guys been doing the past week? How has life been going? How did your goals work out so far? And what goals do you have for the upcoming week? I survived the worst part of the heat. Yes, I did. It was actually quite nice. Like, so apart from the parts where we had to stay in our apartment, like that was super hot and oof. But we went to the beach like twice. And once we went to IKEA because IKEA has amazing you know, like airco in the entire building and restaurant and all of that. And ice cream. So, been there, done that. But yeah, it was actually like it was one of those weekends where you do so much, it feels like it's been an entire week. Like it feels so long. And yeah, I don't know, that's kind of nice. So how about you? In morning, Lunovam, how are you doing? I know, Grumpy. I had one watermelon yesterday, and I still have one. I keep it in my fridge, so like whenever I decide to want to have watermelon, it's like cool watermelon even. So can only recommend that. It's pretty nice. I mean, it has to be like ripe though. Like it's not gonna, get like riper in the fridge. That's the only disadvantage. You're okay? I mean, that's good. So, how about the others? Milskeel, Lady Rhinog, Indy, and also Grumpy. How was your past week? And how you did? Welcome, welcome. How was your past week? You're also okay, Milksy? I mean, that's good to hear. Anything you guys want to change for the upcoming week? Any sort of adjustment you feel like you need? Maybe a bit of rest, maybe seeing more friends, maybe even working more and like being more in the grind set, being more intellectually challenged. It's too early in the morning. Alright. How early is it at your place? For me, it's thankfully not too early. It's like 12, so midday, chillin'. Mm. Yeah. So how is it going now, Lady Reinag? Like, is there something, like, did it get, like, better? Were you able to change anything or, you know? Well, I screwed my foot somehow, so I've been limping around all weekend, which was hilarious for my work friends, but it bloody hurt just a tad. Ooh. Prematurely old, or dumb numbers. Either stress fracture, the good tough sounding option, or arthritis or gout. Ooh. I mean, did you check it out with like a doctor? Like, what does the doctor say? And by the way, like, funny you say that because yesterday at the beach, I also like low-key screwed my foot. Like today, actually, Zach stayed here until I like woke up and like walked around to see if my foot is doing better or we need to go to a doctor. But it's getting better. Like yesterday, it was really like walking back from like the place at the beach to like the entry or like exit in that case was so bad. Like for a part of it, I was just jumping on one foot because I just couldn't like I don't know, couldn't otherwise do it. And for the other part, I was like limping hardcore. Like it was so I don't know why, but it was so hurtful. If anything pressed against the like not like the mid part below my foot. You know what I mean? Like the like not the front, not the back, but like the arch. Like if there was any sort of like pressure or if I put any weight on it, it was like really, really painful. Um, but today it's way better already. So I don't know. We're just gonna not go to the doctor yet and see if it's like gone in a couple of days. And if not, then, might still go to a doctor, I guess. I feel relieved and more comfortable. I just want to sleep more and enjoy my me time for the time being. Also, it doesn't help that I'm more. Oh, well, it's good that you enjoy your you time after the end of the relationship. I think it's always good to take some time off to like process everything and really like learn from it as well and to not make it sort of like a wasted experience because you just don't take anything from it with you. It's 11:13, yeah, but I've been up dealing with two little ones. Oh, I can like sort of like, of course, I'm like not in your shoes. But we're having a cat, like our first cat since I don't know, like 2 months now, I think. And sometimes he has these like crazy times where he just randomly starts running. Like there's no trigger or anything. Like he just sees a ghost and is running like crazy. And like sometimes he even just like runs like into the couch or something like this. Like he's running so fast. Like he's I don't know, like on a high speed chase or something. That he sometimes like doesn't get the corner or something and then just like fully walks into something. But I don't know, like he's fine. But it's always like, it's just morning, I'm sitting there with my breakfast and like a drink and stuff and I'm just like, like trying to wake up and then you just have this like super energized cat in the background which is like making so much noise and it's like really hard to like just be relaxed in that moment. So if it's even only something like this, I can imagine it's tough. Oh damn, it's been 40 to 42 where you are. Oof. Wild, dude. I I've never seen it raining actually without clouds. That's crazy. For us, it was like, I think the highest temperature was like 38 or 39 or something. But it was only on like 1 or I think 2 days. And now yesterday, on the night before yesterday, it was raining already. So yesterday was already only 27 degrees, like 11 degrees colder than before. And now it's like really, really fine, really nice temperature. But yeah, like the days where it was like 38 degrees, that was yeah. That was the like beach day and IKEA air conditioning, staying inside as long as you can day. No. Oh, okay. I'm doing okay now. I'm still having the thoughts, but passively. Hmm. Did you like talk about it with your therapist already, Lady Reinhardt? Did you get the chance? Because it would be good to have like a crisis plan or something. Usually it's like standard for situations like these. Did you at least get to lean on Zeg to aid your hopping off the beach? Yeah, for sure. But it was just like, it was a long way. And like through the sand and everything. Oof. Mm. Oh, I'm sorry, Lady Reinog. But I mean, remember the good part of the day, you know. Oh wait, are you corrupted by any chance, Lunoven? Because you have the same color. And I guess it would make sense. Yeah, you are corrupted. Welcome, welcome. So then you already got your babies now, or like, right? Like birth is over, right? X-ray and blood test. Well, good luck, Indy. Hot sand is a struggle on its own, exactly. So then corrupted, like everything was fine, everything worked out perfect. Like both kiddos healthy and happy. Is that it? Ah, perfect. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And now you don't have the two little ones in your belly anymore, kicking you. But imagine you don't get much sleep either now. So how are you and your partner able to handle it? Is it like manageable? Is it alright? During the parade, it was the first time in a while I wasn't in my own courtroom. Because gender stuff has a taboo part to it. Oh, how do you mean in your own courtroom? I don't know that phrasing. I'm not sure what it means. I mean, Good luck, Lunoven. Good luck with the babies. I'm glad everything worked out. Worked out good. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. You must be sleep deprived AF. Ay, ay, ay. I absolutely couldn't. Like, sleep is so important to me. It's like, without sleep, I just, like, also, like, all of my chronic pain symptoms get so much worse. It's, like, so bad if I don't get the sleep I need, or, like, not, like, proper sleep. It's, like, really, like, just because it affects, like, the pain levels and everything so much, it's hardcore. No. Ay, ay, ay. Mm. So you mean you were able to get like sort of also like ideas and opinions from other people this time? Because of Pride you were sort of in like a community where it was like accepted. And so like not isolated on your own anymore. I mean, were you able like to connect and like maybe make some friends there or something? Or like find a community? Like sometimes there's like sort of LGBTQ community hubs or something. So maybe you don't have to wait for Pride to be in such a community space again. Oh. I mean, after all, like parents do say like it's absolutely worth it and stuff. At the same time, I just can't forget this graph I've been shown. So I've been to a museum in Amsterdam, which is like body walls, and there was like a special event about like happiness in general, and there was a graph they displayed where apparently they had like somebody made some statistic or got some data from people how happy they were before they got a baby, how happy they were when like birth and everything happened, and then how happy they were after. And they apparently are less happy after. But I just, I don't know. And like usually most of these statistics are like sort of self-reported. So it's not even like somebody just like judged them as being less happy. You wanna come up? Ah, right. I mean, you guys, I don't like. What do you guys hear? If he's like ramming the what, he's gonna fall. What is, what, what is happening? Yeah, so that's Mookie. Hmm. Okay, that's happening. That's all. Yeah. He just left again. I don't know. It was like pets for a quick duration, and then all right, I'm I'm ready to go. And hi, Shrimp. Welcome, welcome. I mean, I do think like we do have the like sort of. It feels like we have the space right now for Spotlight. What do you guys think? Hmm. Pss, pss, pss. It's not really anything which means anything to the cat, to be honest. Yeah. And hi, Drew. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So, then let's move to the first spotlight now. And let's get into Lady Rhinox's struggle. I do want to ask first and foremost, what is this sort of like question we're starting into this spotlight? So how can we help? Oh, you gotta go again too? All right. Thank you for stopping by quickly. And see you next time. Bye bye. Trying to eat your phone. Oh my god. Yeah, be careful with that. They do have quite a lot of biting power, I hear. Mm. Mm. I mean, from a certain point where, like, just because of like what this stream is, right? Like, our support is more like usually more from like with like a systematic approach, right? About like how you can help yourself, how you can find a support system around you, and that can help you in all of these things because we don't have like there's not the time really to like just to for us to be like that type of support all the time. Um so this is why it's probably like always gonna be, right? More of like a systematic type of support where it's like combining of course like to be seen and to be sort of like validated and stuff like this, but with definitely also this idea behind it that how you can manage all those things like independently. Like that's sort of the end goal, right? Because yeah, like you guys shouldn't be like dependent on the stream. Like if we do it right here, like you're gonna be like independent sort of like afterwards. Like either like independent from the stream by like moving on to, for example, like a therapist or something like this, or like having like overcome the problem or having found like direct support in your social circle around you and all of these things. And hi, Smokara, welcome, welcome. Um, we're at the moment moving into a spotlight with Lady Reinag, Narek, and Hasmokar. So we would get back to these things afterwards, maybe. If you still have time then, or still there. All right, all right. So let's go, Lady Reinag. You ready? All right. Mm-hmm. Let's do the pinned message again, yes. Thank you, Indy. And hi, Dunk. Welcome, welcome. Um, we're not quite a lot into it ourselves yet, Hasmakar. So I don't entirely know. It's about sort of um the topic about. Well, it's actually. I don't know in which direction we're moving yet. We're waiting for like Lady Rhinox message now. But the general topic is that Lady Rhinox said basically, there's a part of my gender journey that is a taboo subject, so I become my own judge. And now taking part in the Pride, it was like really nice because, yeah, it there were like other people around which could make this like moment of isolation sort of, you know, into community moment where these questions are not only up to Lady Reinag's judgment, but where there's this possibility for opinions from the people around them. And yeah, I just asked if like Lady Reinag is able to find like if they like this space and this like community space and to not be isolated with these questions. If there's sort of like a community space which is maybe open like all year long, or like some friends which are I don't know, which they can make on the parade, and yeah, that's like all the context so far. So I've been kind of struggling with the intersection of my sexuality and gender overlap because they're both intertwined. Okay. I mean, things like these can be kind of confusing. So then it's perfect that you like on the parade were able to talk with people about this, right? And get like other people's opinions and sort of also maybe just their perspective, really. So how is it complicated with finding like a community space? Um, or like take part in a community hub locally where you live? Mm. So it was more like just this feeling of like general acceptance, which you maybe also miss in your day-to-day life because of your family not having this kind of acceptance for you. Yeah, now I understand. So how is it a struggle to like take part in a community space locally? Because I feel like it's very clear that this sort of feeling is something which feels good to you, and that maybe there should be more space for this in your everyday life. No? Or that it could be good. I get to Sapphic social clubs and a trans support group, so I have them, but there's a part of my journey that definitely needs to be talked about with my therapist, but I just feel so much distress about it. Hmm. So what's the difference between being in these like Sapphic social clubs or like this trans support group and being on the Pride Parade? Like, why do you think on the Pride Parade it was such a different, like, emotionally, it was such a different feeling? And you were able to just, like, focus on the moment, not overthink it, like, have your head empty. But these support groups and social clubs don't really give you that same feeling. And hi, relaxing. And hi, McDougal. win the spotlight right now with Lady Reinhard. Mm. So what is missing for you there? I feel like it's always really important to know what something like we really liked but otherwise don't really have gave to us and how it's different to the other things we maybe do have. To understand what we have to build to actually get that feeling again. Maybe self-doubt about the subject I can't talk about. Hmm. And you also haven't talked about it with your therapist yet, right? Hmm. What do you fear about? Like, what do you fear will happen if you talk about it? Why are you avoiding it? Grumpy, is that like to the topic or? I don't know what he's doing. He's like really intensely sniffing me. It's a reflection of me. I don't really understand this context. So you're avoiding talking about it because it's a reflection of you? I think we're talking about so many different things. Like as Makara thinks, it's about the rejection and with this acceptance change. India's trying to go into the direction of like, what could the organizers do? I don't know how Grumpy's answer relates to the topic. And I don't know. I think this is specifically, sadly, why it's always way easier if you have a specific sort of question around something. Because if you don't really phrase that, everybody is just guessing what the question is. And like nobody is on the same page. Hi Dexter, welcome, welcome. Because knowing what we want in a way is a fantasy. Okay, but how are we talking about knowing what we want is a fantasy? For me, this whole thing is about that Lady Reinhardt has a topic she doesn't talk to anybody about, which is eating her up from the inside. So, I don't know. So this is like my perception right now about like what's, yeah. And I feel like to that question, like this, like also for example, like what therapists or support like could do that are lacking is like not. I don't know. I don't think it's like that's the problem. Yeah. So I think one of the questions, which will get us a bit further, is what do you fear of will happen if you talk about it? Like, why can't you talk about it? What's this worst case scenario which is in your head where you're like, okay, no, I can't bring this up? Or is it just that you're like super, like, it doesn't feel like you're just confused about it and can't articulate it? It feels like you fear something that would happen if you talk about it. That it wouldn't be accepted or that there would be some consequences or something like this. So, what is holding you back from talking about it? Hmm. Do you think that's realistic? Like that this is like something which like has a high chance of happening. That would be the consequence of like you talking about it. And hi Mads, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Mo4. We're in a highlight right now with Lady Reinhard talking about who something is eating up Lady Reinhard from the inside because she can't talk about it with anybody and feels like there's not even the space with the therapist to talk about it. So, I mean, I don't know how the system works where you live specifically, right? From what I know, if you talk to a therapist, there's a like they can't really tell it to anybody else. Um, except if somebody is like actually like specifically endangered or something like this. Also, actually, a good question. Like, would prison or mental health asylum be the consequence for you? Or for somebody you know? For you. Have you ever like Googled if like if you were to talk about this with your therapist, if prison or a mental health asylum could be like a possible consequence? Like how the system and rules and laws are there? Like if that's even like a possibility? So how about the like Googling if that's like if prison or mental health asylum could be a consequence if you talk about this with your therapist? Or if there's sort of like privacy laws between that. Hmm, don't worry about it. I think it's quite interesting. It's just hard to talk about it because there's so much you can't talk about, right? So it's just like a sort of like a thing like how much like how can we help if we don't know what's actually going on, right? But I think first step is really like to see if this fear you have, which is holding you back from talking about it, if that is actually valid or not, right? Like if it's, well, valid is maybe the wrong word, but if it's realistic or not. So I would definitely check out and inform myself about the laws if you were to talk about this with your therapist, that prison and mental health asylum, if that is actually a realistic consequence. And I mean, you can either like Google it, you can also, I guess, you can ask ChatGPT as well, if you check the sources, you know. But just to see if this is not just sort of like a type of like, you know, like a movie expectation of law, but an actual like realistic consequence. Because there's quite a lot of privacy laws around therapy to make it possible for people to talk about everything. So I think there's definitely like a possibility that this fear is maybe not as realistic as you think. And if you were to inform yourself that this whole fear might just fall away and then you can talk about it with your therapist, right? And that would be the easiest thing. Um, mm, very sweet of you to say. Drittens. So how well do you know how realistic this consequence is? Or is it more about feelings, really? And maybe not so much about, oh, I might get into prison and stuff, and this is just sort of like a very convenient, oh, I can't do it. And it's more about maybe not being accepted by your therapist, maybe losing that person. Hmm. So, whenever you've been like hovering around this topic in therapy so far, um, how did your therapist react? Like, how did it go? Hi, Murph. Welcome. I think the specifics are actually not too important. Hmm. So, how did she react? Hmm. I mean, Lady Reinhardt, you can always, I guess, also like hypothetically ask her, like, what the consequences could be in that moment. Murph and Groove Holmes. Let's stick to the spotlight with Lady Reinhardt and like pick up this topic later. All right. Otherwise, it gets quite confusing. Thank you, guys. Shit, that this action is illegal and I should stay away from it. And she works with in America, so she knows what is and what isn't. Mm-hmm. So, why do you want to talk to her about it? By the way, like, do you expect like help from her about like how to sort of get away from these like fantasies and like never get to that position where you might actually commit the crime? I mean, the thing is, it like really depends on like how you get rid of something, right? And how you want to get rid of something. Like, I feel like sometimes just talking about it is not like getting rid of it, right? Like, there needs to be sort of some sort of like it needs to be processed in some way. So, and I think that's sort of the what I'm trying to get here as an answer is maybe you can get help with her or like from her on like how to process this without having to actually like say everything, you know? So if it's like some type of like fantasy about crimes and you don't want to have that and like you want to process it somehow and like be alleviated from it, you might like you can maybe just start with like telling her that you have like certain like fantasies um where you like commit crimes and you want to yeah, like, yeah, you want these like away, and how can you work on this, right? And she might be able to just help you with that. And then you don't have to, you know, put yourself in that position where like potentially there's like bigger consequences. Mm. And that was only when you were hovering around the topic. Hi, weird guy, welcome. We're in the spotlight right now with Lady Reinag. Hmm. I mean, if it's a really serious topic, maybe serious help is also useful, right? Um, yeah. I think getting a second opinion is definitely also maybe a good start. I think you could tell what I was talking about. Hmm. I mean, do you want to shut it down? Or like, so what is your goal with this fantasy? Like, what do you want to do with it essentially? Like, if it turns topic in the therapy, like, what is the end goal in that topic? Hmm. So your therapist is actually not really from like Ireland. I mean, have you told her that like you do want to shut it down, but you want to understand like how you got there to like better be able to like get away from there too? Have you ever tried, by the way, getting a therapist in Ireland, or is that like really hard? Because I personally feel like seeing a therapist in person is like even better than like online and like by a lot. So I would like personally, from my experience, I would definitely recommend. But I sent me to the Mm. But you haven't tried since then. I mean, it would be really nice if you can find like a sort of like a young therapist in Ireland, which you can like who you can see in person. But how about the question of like, um, did you ask her like how to shut it down and also like how people get to that place? Mm. I think even if they are, if you get like a sort of like a younger person, there's like a high chance that they already have like much more experience about this than like the older people, right? Just by baseline, essentially. And or also inform themselves like in their free time about like things like these. Hmm. So what would worry me personally would also be this idea of like maybe it gets worse, you know? Like if you develop this as a fantasy, could this become worse? Like could this turn into an actual problem, you know? And I think chances are if you don't do anything about it, it definitely can. Mm, and I feel like sometimes this fear of judgment is especially bad if it's something where we sort of don't want to accept ourselves for it, or where we judge others like really harshly about it. And we know we're sort of like this close or just like that. And we would have to see that if another person judges us, right? That we use like to a certain degree, the people around us as a compass on like how we need to judge. And if we don't have nobody telling us that what we did is bad, it's easier to like delude yourself that, oh, it's like completely fine, and like it's not really a problem or whatever. But if like many people tell us it was bad, it's like really hard to like hold on to this like idea that like no, I can like brush it under the carpet, everything is fine. um because they just like put it in our face the entire time. I feel like people definitely should be supported to get out of these fantasies, and I think if the only support is shut it down, um I don't really um I'm not sure how good that works, you know? I see myself as this monster, but real monsters don't have self-doubt. Well, a lot of the people in prison have self-doubt. Like, a lot of the people in prison have very tragic stories, to be honest. Um, it's like, not everybody who did, like, some crime or something, even if it's really bad, is, like, this, like, movie psychopath monster person. Definitely not. Like, a lot of them just have, like, really, really poor emotional regulation, anger issues, and have gone through so much bullshit that there's just been so many things going wrong, and well, it just got worse and worse and worse, and at some point it was worse enough for something to happen. It's this idea that like people who do bad crimes are like this movie psychopath monster is actually really misleading, right? Because to a certain degree, it feels like we could never be that person. Because we're not a monster, right? So, for example, also if you look at how sort of like Nazi Germany is being taught in schools, and how fascism and the rise of fascism has been taught in schools, if you teach it as like, oh, these people just were monsters, you miss the point. And it's a very, very important point, really. You miss the point that those people have been fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, students, just ordinary people. And through going through all of that, at the end, they turned murderers. So I think it's really, really important, actually, to see that this path is not impossible for oneself, right? Like, under the right or wrong, like, however you want to phrase it, but under the right circumstances, everyone can turn into a murderer. And if we don't give a fuck about how we behave, if we don't give a fuck about if we fix our problems or if we work on something better or if we keep trying, um, you know, that's the best way to start to go into the wrong direction. It's not like, I'm not saying it's like super easy to turn from like one to the next, but it's really important to understand that not everybody in prison is a monster. They've been humans too. They've been sons to daughters, fathers, mothers. And whatever they went through, and how they behaved, and what they experienced, and how they fought, and all of this combined, which we don't properly understand, right? Because it's really complex. But all of this combined put them in that place where they turned into a murderer, for example, or a lot of other things. So if we don't see that, there is an option for us to go the wrong way like this too. We're not gonna be able to stand at that pathway and be like, oh, I can't go this way because this way would lead me into that direction. But we're just gonna close our eyes from it and pick one, thinking both ways would be fine. Thank you for the raid, Goblin, and welcome, welcome. We're at a spotlight right now with Lady Reinhardt. And hi, Lake. Which is why every evil character is BPD in movies and to me. I mean, yeah, for example. It's like... I feel like we process these sort of things, like how stuff goes wrong, we process kind of poorly in our society. So, for example, with like using these stereotypes in movies of like, oh, well, this person is like clearly insane, and they're like they're clearly just a monster, you know, and these traits belong to a monster, and like that's why they do these things. Like by cutting everything so like black and white, it's really hard to learn anything for real life, because real life is not black and white. Real life is a bunch of gray. And I don't know if you've ever taken part in court cases, like to an actual, you know, like actually being there, like just random court cases, like not the fancy famous ones, even those though, but like just random court cases. There's so many different sides to all of these cases. There's so many different perspectives. And even these weird like YouTube edits sometimes of like, oh, the 20 youngest like monster murderers, whatever, blah blah blah, which is like super, you know, like look at them, they're monsters. Even those, if you like, well, I don't know if you, but if I've watched like some of these videos, like I don't know, like a year ago, and even those, even though there is like nearly any context is taken out of that video, right? Like it's so short. But even with those, you understand, fuck, I see how they got there. Like there was so much bullshit going completely wrong and no way out, that they were pushed to the brink. And it ended up like this. Like most of these things are not only like, you can't only blame it on the individual, I would even say. A lot of crimes you can also blame on society and on systems which are broken. And this is also why, for example, if you talk about crime prevention, a lot of crime prevention is actually really like not done by police or something like this, but by social programs, by better rights, by like, for example, that like kids aren't hit anymore, that women can safely abort their child if they can't, you know, don't want them. And So what I just sort of like want to get to the point of this is that behind every tragedy, there's multiple tragic stories. And it's not black and white. And we do need to see the potential everybody has to turn into a monster if you want to. Right? For example, also a really important part of this. Like this Nordic prison where like there's I don't know if you've guys seen like a documentation about this. I've seen multiple videos on this already. But the reoffend rate is like super low in that prison because they treat prisoners like humans essentially. Like they have proper schools, they can do proper exercise, like they actually teach them how to take part in society successfully. And this is the best way to rehabilitation. Because these people are not just monsters, you can't just lock them away forever. Technically, we as a society sort of understood this so far as well, right? Like we didn't properly, but if you look at like our prison systems overall, most of them are based on the idea of rehabilitation. This is why we let people back in society, right? Like otherwise we would lock them away, throw away the key, don't care. But we want people to get out of prison at some point. So our entire system is based on rehabilitation. So mixing this rehabilitation with also just seeing them as monsters and not giving them like the proper education to rehabilitation actually makes things really, really hard to make it successful. But this is the other side of it. Like if we don't look at monsters like monsters, but actually see that this could have been us. Like in a shit life, this could have been us. With a bunch of really bad luck, this could have been us. If we see it like this, there's so many more things we can do and options we have and learning opportunities we can use to make our system better. And historically, this has always led us to a better system than before. Don't worry, Lady Rhinog. But yeah, don't like let's not just, put ourselves in this position that like, oh no, like I could never be a bad person. That's this is a hard bias you put on yourself in that moment. A really big one. And this is why I think, to a certain degree, I personally, if I would have fantasies like these Lady Rhinog, I would be scared that at some point the next phase starts. And then it gets worse. So I would love to see that there's more support, right? Than just like, oh, shut it down. And I think that might be, like for an American psychologist in American society, shut it down might be the appropriate answer. I would personally hope for a better one. And I would try to find a therapist in Ireland where you are in person and then talk about it and get proper help with it. Being a bad person and being a criminal aren't the same thing. I mean, of course not, but for both, it's the same system in that regard, that you shouldn't, like, if you look at yourself and you're just like, oh, this is not a possibility for me. Because you put criminal and monster into one bucket, and you just say, oh, but like, I couldn't be that, then you're not going to learn from it. The same way, if you think like, oh, you could never be a bad person, it's going to be hard to learn from it. But yeah, in US, there's definitely also the other problem that prison is even a business, which makes the whole thing, of course, like way more problematic and way harder to actually fix, because there's like money interest in not fixing it. But I think, yeah, like taking these fantasies serious and being like, okay, like I need to do something about them, I think is the right way. And trying to find somebody you can talk about this with, who's gonna, like, on one hand, not gonna, like brush it under the carpet and be like, oh, this is like, like don't worry at all about it. But at the same time, also will offer more help than, oh, just shut it down. Because if you don't manage to just shut it down, it doesn't seem like there's more help from the therapist you have right now. And I would hope that there is more help. That there's going to be a person who's going to, like, teach you how you can get over those and make sure nothing ever happens. And I mean, you can still try and talk to her about it, about like, okay, like, but like, remember the topic? Like, you told me to like just shut it down, so how do I? Welcome, Miguel. We're in the spotlight right now, though, with Lady Rhindog. Okay. All right. But do take it serious, Lady Rhindog, and I hope you do get help with it. Because I think, honestly, like, being alone with something like this is really hard. Especially if you can't talk about it. Because I bet you already tried a bunch of different things to get rid of these fantasies. And I bet it's difficult to have fantasies where you morally can't stand behind yourself. And to have this question whether okay, I think I'm back. Am I back? Okay. All right. So what is the last thing you heard from me? Because I don't know what happened, but I don't know, it just told me like, oh, stream is like reconnecting. Yeah, no, it was me, guys. It was me. I really don't know what happened. It just like randomly told me, oh, stream reconnecting. So, yeah. Well, that's not really helpful. What is the second last thing then? Yeah. Okay, I think then it's like I think being in that position is hard, Lady Reinhardt, and I would wish that you're not alone with this. That's sort of the bottom line of it. Like, there's always going to be moments where we're being pushed to the edge, and I would hope that you don't have those fantasies in that moment. And then somebody's able to listen to you and actually help you to process those, go through those, and change that narrative. And I mean, at the end of the day, you can always have like both the therapist at like BetterHelp, right, and the therapist in Ireland, if you need to. So you don't have to, you don't have to miss out on the therapist who's like more informed about, for example, like neurodivergency and stuff like this. But I do think there is probably a bunch of like young therapists in the islands as well who are informed about neurodivergency. So, like, I have like a family member actually who wants to study psychology in Ireland, and apparently it's really hard to get into. So, I think they must have good people there. If I have so many trauma neurodivergency, then do I have to go to multiple therapists or one therapist can do it all? It sort of depends. So it depends on the place you go to, right? And also on what you need. So, for example, like in the Netherlands, there are some places where you can go to, and it's like like they don't only have like one therapist, like they're not like an independent therapist, but it's like a real like business or whatever, and they have multiple therapists in multiple different parts. So, for example, they have some which are doing like psychosomatic therapy, like art therapy, and like so many different parts, right? And they usually have a system where you like apply and you have like a main therapist essentially. And then if you want, for example, also to have trauma therapy, which like that therapist is not doing because he's specialized on, for example, like, you know, like identity struggles, then he's going to refer you to the trauma therapist and you're going to have an intake there. And then you're probably going to have therapy with like both therapists, like not both in like one, but like you just have like two appointments per week, for example, like one with the one person, one with the other person, and stuff like this. And so this is how, if you go to these like bigger sort of companies who have like multiple, like even if you go to like one of their places, they have like multiple therapists there who are specialized on like multiple different things. You can get like a very specialized treatment where you do like trauma therapy for this, and then psychosomatic, and then group therapy, sleep therapy, and like all of these different things together to like really get the best mix. And but this is with people, like if you go to a place where they're like specialists, you know, because then they only like they have like their specific place and then they refer you to the other ones for the other parts of it. But there's also a bunch of therapists who sort of like try a more general approach. um, in the Netherlands, it's from the system, it's you go to the sort of general therapists first, and you can have like up to, I think, like 10 sessions or something with them. And if you're not like, or if it doesn't work until then, it's not resolved, um you go you're being sent over to the specialist, for example, and then you are at this like specialist place. But you can technically also even like directly go to the specialist place if you know you want to go there. And you can also, you know, like directly or like only go to the other place if you know you want to go there. It's very sort of like there's a lot of space for individuality. And yeah, it's sort of there's so many like so much variety between different therapists that it's really hard to say beforehand like what you can really expect, because there might be like one therapist who's like perfect to help you in any way you need, you know, and then that therapist can give you all the help you need. And there might be a therapist who's just like, okay, that specific part you ask of me is like out of my expertise and I'm going to refer you to a different one. um but yeah, so to make a generalized statement about this, really hard. But there's a lot of different ways, and they always try and make it sort of like fit to you and fit to your needs. It's called violet psychology. Mm. Well, it's definitely, I think there's like, you know, there's so many different things. Um, it always really depends on like what the people are specialized on. Like also with the normal therapists, right? Um, from your therapist on BetterHelp, by the way, you can probably download her, or like there should be some sort of paperwork on where she like wrote down about like her like sort of, I guess, like not her judgment really, but like, you know, just her opinion about you, and like sort of like a recap of your recent sessions and all of these things. Like they're like this, you always do this to just have like records on like if it helps, what has gotten better, how goals may be adjusted, what was talked about, and all of these things. So that record you should be able to download. And then you can also give that to a new therapist. And some therapists will like read through it before they see you and then instantly sort of like be more informed. What a lot of therapists also do is like first talk to you and hear it from you again and only then read it to like have like an unbiased picture of you. But I guess it sort of like depends on like how they like to do it. And also like what you prefer. Like if you tell them like, hey, please just, you know, like read this, like it's very accurate, like I already read through it myself. Like I want to save some time here, then they're probably more likely to read through it. But yeah, sort of like, yeah, I guess like a doctor's note or like, yeah, like a record. You know, when you try to achieve something in your life, but during that process, I became a completely different person, even though I not achieved it. Now I don't care about anyone. People before love online and online connection. Now I don't care about anything, and I think it's very dangerous. I mean, numbness can definitely be a warning sign. Um, and especially this sort of, uh, yeah, just not caring about anything. Have you talked about this with your GP or something relaxing? Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of privacy rules around therapy. So I think technically, like, it shouldn't be, you know, um, like they can only really tell other people what you said in the sessions in like very, very, very specific circumstances. Like, this is not like common or anything. Like, this has to be like very clear cut, otherwise, it's um, not allowed. So I definitely think like a therapist like could help you with those fantasies, Lady Reinhardt. But it's good to do something about them for sure. I wouldn't let them cook. And hi, Ethan. Welcome, welcome. No? I mean, maybe do consider relaxing to talk to your GP about it. Like, I don't know how, like, who your GP is. If he's, like, super friends with your family, for example. Um, I think knowing. I don't know, like, if you think they're, like, too connected to your parents or family, because they're like maybe they're friends, even privately or something like this. Then maybe go to a different GP. Um, okay. I mean, then you don't have to worry about that. So, I think, definitely talk to your GP about this or to your therapist. But I take it you probably don't have a therapist if you talk, like, if you ask about therapy. And I would give you, um, give me a second. I'm trying to find like the. Mm, so it's like family is only in paper, not a family if you get it. Yeah. No, I was just sort of like if you're concerned about like the doctor, like for example, like breaching your privacy because they're like super thick with your family, and you don't want to tell your GP, then like go to a different GP. Um, but if you don't worry about that, then like just go to your GP, talk about it. I think it's really important to bring those things up. Your GP is usually like most informed. Like if you're not already have like a mental health professional who's helping you, your doctor is usually like best informed about what's going on in your life and what the next steps potentially could look like. Apart from this, here's like a link to a general like sort of about depression uh, article. How do you even say this? Um, mm, there's like many articles on this, and if you scroll all the way down, then there's also like a quiz, for example, like am I depressed or like what depression feels like. Um, Here is the more direct article about like the depression symptoms and warning signs. So maybe, like just read through these and see if you feel like, okay, maybe some of these other signs have also, like come up and I see them, and then you already know in which direction you can go. And there's even more articles on this. So you can like sort of catch it early or like find some better words on how to describe what's going on. But I think the first step is like really like talk to a GP about it and if you don't want to do that or can't do that, then like checking out this article about like depression symptoms and warning signs could be nice to just make sure, you know, it's like not depression, or if it is depression, then like actually know that it's depression, and then you also know how to articulate that maybe with your GP, or to seek out like a therapist or something like this. But this like over feeling of like I don't care anymore and like nothing matters to me anymore is definitely like a big warning sign for that. And I can just recommend to like check if this seems like an option to you. Good for you. Good for you, Sex, with like having not smoked in 48 hours. Keep going. Hmm. Ah, I see. Why haven't you seeked out therapy yet? Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you still remember to come to the stream, even though you're not even following. Don't worry, Lady Reinhardt. I mean, the talk today was a bit more like challenging because it was like, I think at the beginning, like people were very, very confused about like what, um, I don't know, what even is being talked about. And then, of course, like with there not being like the possibility to be completely honest about it, it was a bit more ambiguous. But I think we got to a pretty good place, and I'm glad we were able to help a little. Mm. Oh, so where you live, like therapy is not paid by health insurance, then I take it. Um, have you ever journaled about where this feeling of like feeling like you haven't achieved anything is coming from relaxing? Because usually it comes around from like either the content we consume or the people around us, that the expectations are like so high. And sometimes we can sort of like make it easier for us to get out of this if we minimize time we're exposed to content which is making us feel like it's like not enough, and which is making us like compare ourselves. So that could, for example, mean like less social media time, or like unfollowing like influencers on social media and actively trying to like have your algorithm be about something else, maybe. Hmm. There's actually a book I'm reading right now, and it has a really interesting take on this feeling of having like so much potential, you know? And it's this book which is called like 101 Essays That Will Change the Way You Think. And she sort of says, like, forget about this perspective of feeling like, oh, I have like so much potential, and sort of feeling like you're better than others if you tried in that regard, but you just don't try. But you would have the potential to be like the best and stuff like this. Because that's the best way to actually not really like start doing anything. Because that's a really high expectation, right? Essentially, it shapes the expectation that if you were to start doing anything, and if you were to put effort in, you would need to be really good, because otherwise you would have lied before, right? Like if you tell yourself beforehand, oh, but I have so much potential, and then you tried and you're not really good, then that was fake, right? Like you didn't have much potential, like you tried, you weren't good. And she actually says, like, yeah, for like really like forget about it. Potential is like this sort of this feeling of like, oh, like this, I just have to, it's just unused potential, is not helping, it's more harming. And just see that whatever in life you want to build will take work, a lot of work. And so the thing which really differentiates people who achieve something from people who don't achieve something is not if they had potential or not, but if they worked really hard or not. Yeah. I mean, especially if you come from this like sort of like comparing yourself to the life of others, it's comparison really kills inertia. Like, there was this old man, I told you guys about it already. When I came home from Germany, there was this old man who was collecting bottles. Because like there's a way on how you can like collect a little bit of extra money in Germany. And who was collecting bottles, and he was really old, already like 69. And he actually had such a based opinion. It was insane. Like such an like really like such a wise man. Um even though his rent wasn't enough, so that he, with 69, had to go out, go to trash bins, and pick out bottles from other people to earn a little bit more money. And what you get is like 20 to 25 cents per bottle, so it's not a lot. And even though he sort of like had to do this because he didn't have more money, he was really happy. And what he said is he takes nothing for granted. Like, he doesn't look to his neighbor who's driving like a BMW or something and thinks like, oh, but I don't have a BMW. But he says it in a different way. Like, there's people who never got old, who died with 20. But he gets to live another day. So from going to like comparing yourself to like always like how it could be better, he actually sort of like went the other way of like, I'm fortunate to have what I have. Like, life isn't fair. Even if we have all of these social systems, life isn't fair yet. There's so many people who fall through. And it's still sort of like a survival situation we have on this planet. And we're not guaranteed anything. And we can be happy for everything we get. We can be happy for every comfort, every luxury, just every bit of life, of good life we have. Because even though we perceive the world as like, oh, everybody has it better, and this person is already successful, and they made their own business, and they live in a big house, and they have a car, and they did their driver's license, and they went to this big university, and they got like new clothes, new phones, all of these things. Like, even though we perceive the world through social media and movies and all of this, like, everybody is doing so well, it's essentially just fake news, right? Because you don't see the Instagram accounts from the guy who died with 20. You don't see a post of like, yeah, and I still didn't get to live another day, and you did. We only see the stuff of the people who did succeed. People also, like, on social media, they don't really share their worst moments, they share their best moments, right? So it's like a really really warped perception, where what we see online is not a accurate representation of society. And we are all really lucky to even be here. And on the other hand, now this might seem like, oh, if I have to be lucky to be here already, well then, like, I'm gonna dip out. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is not even good. But the other part of this is, you can be happy in nearly any situation. Like, our happiness is not dependent on our material, like what we own, or if we have a house, or what job we do, or like all of these things. There's so many people who have like nothing and are so happy. And there's also so many people who have so many things and are truly unhappy. This is why, for example, like, famous people who are like, I don't know, like a singer or something like this, can also die of suicide. Even though they have so much, they're famous, they live on top of the world, but it can also hit them. The thing is, like, for example, doom scrolling and stuff like this. We have, sadly, like, so many statistics on how that's making stuff so much harder for us, right? And I think you've probably also seen that yourself already. If you've ever done sort of this self-experiment of, like, putting, like, a time on all your social media. No, I understand it's really hard. But the thing is, you need to start somewhere. And as long as you don't start, there's not going to be any change. And stuff like this will only get harder. Right? Like, the more you daydream, the more you practice these habits, the more you consume content of other people's perfect life, the more you get more intolerant to suffering in that moment and to a non-perfect life. This is why the best thing with these things is to find out what's influencing you from the outside. And really see what things on a daily basis are the easiest you can stop, right? But maybe even have the most influence on how you feel. So, for example, you can change your, like, this is why I said it in the beginning, you can change your social media from, like, watching content where, like, oh, this person's life is, like, so much better than mine, to just going to, like, you know, watching cute cat videos or something. Or maybe, if you can, like, read a book instead. And or start like a tiny little hobby. Or just reduce the screen time every day by a little bit. You know, go from 8 hours to 7 hours, from 7 hours to 6 hours, from 6 hours to 5 hours, from 5 hours to 4 hours. And the hard part is, in the end, we're the only person responsible for our own life. So it's amazing if we do have a person around us who can, like, push us and, like, who's there, like, physically and can help us get out there. And it's also definitely one of the things I would check if I were you. Like, are there friends or, like, anybody around you you can ask for help on this? You can tell to, whenever I'm on my phone, tell me to get off my phone, for example. Right? Like, if there is that option. But you can also do this without that. You might have to start smaller, right? But you can, for example, put, like, what I did to, like, stop, like, spending so much time on social media. I put, like, just a timer on my phone. Well, like, whenever I'm on Instagram, it's like after 10 minutes, my phone tells me to get the fuck off of Instagram. And, like, from Instagram itself, I also put the timer in. So there's like 2 screens I would have to press through. And with TikTok, it's the same, and all of these things. And you don't have to start with, you know, like 10 minutes. You can start with less. But try to find the tiniest step you can do and you will do. And start with that one. Because the best first step is the step you will take. Because in the beginning, you just need to train yourself to do what you told yourself. In the beginning, you just have to learn that you can achieve what you've set your mind to. I mean, that could also be a thing where you start. That you just isolate yourself less, right? That you do say yes to a few things. Even if it's not gonna be perfect fun. That you just, you just try it. You just go there, see how it is. Yeah. I found it highly inspirational as well, Lucan. Say a few things. What do you mean? I really want to things for change for the better. You can't do 100% flip. This doesn't work. The best way I can describe it is actually from, I'm just gonna steal this from like a TikTok video I've seen. It was from a person who's like who studied like neuroscience or whatever, and you like if you want to switch yourself from this to this and like go like just like flip the switch, it's not gonna work. Like 100% fail rate. The best thing you can do is go from one fishbowl to the next, to the next, to the next. Say yes to a few things. Like if people ask you to hang out, if people are like, hey, I'm gonna grab food later, or like, hey, I would need help to like move or something, or like really like whatever, really whatever, just live a bit more in real life. Say yes to a few real life things. Even if it's like helping others, like move or like do some work like this. Like, no matter what you do, as long as it's in real life, it's gonna keep you away from overthinking, maladaptive daydreaming, and from doom scrolling. Like, whatever work you do, it's it's gonna be at this rate, like at this point, where you just want to do the change from essentially living in your fantasy to living in real life and building a bit more tolerance for real life and being able like a bit more tolerance is what I mean is essentially if lose your tolerance for suffering a regular life has a lot of things, right? Suffering is one of them, but it's also positive. But if you lose your tolerance for that life will be negative to you. If you build up your tolerance for that and you're really resilient, you can be happy in that life. Same life, different tolerance. And if you watch a lot of content where it's not realistic, it's really portraying a completely different version of life, a version where everything works perfectly, where the friends laugh the entire time, never have conflict, never have hard discussions, where relationships just work perfectly. Your partner brings you 200 roses every day, never says anything wrong. The attraction never fails. You never go through a hard time. If you only watch content from people who got the like pay rise, instead of people who lost their job and have to find a new one, like if you only watch content of a life which is perfect, any life you lead will be negative in your eyes. Because this is unrealistic. Nobody has that. It's fake. This is why social media is dangerous. It's portraying a fake version of life, a fake version of what you could have. It's like if you want to portray it on like body dysmorphia, for example, with the rise of AI, it's if you compare yourself to anime characters, you're never gonna look happy if that's your standard. Like, you're never gonna be happy with the way you look. Never. Because your standard is not a human, but an anime character, right? So this is the same thing. If your standard is social media life and not a real life, you're never gonna find happiness in real life. This is why if we try to just avoid suffering at all, we will walk towards drugs, addiction, maladaptive daydreaming, fantasy, social media. It will go to unhealthy coping mechanisms, for sure. Because in life we have all type of emotions. So the first step is just be more in real life. And you don't have to do that with willpower by like not using your phone or, you know, like not maladaptive daydream. But you can do that just by keeping yourself busy in real life. Saying yes to a few things, helping people, working more. Just be more in situations and say yes to more situations where you don't have the space to maladaptive daydream. It's like in that sort of constellation, you need little willpower. On the phone you work and you can make money online, then look for different work. Like, you don't have to switch the job, but just apart from your job, I don't know, help your mom in the kitchen or in the garden. Help your dad, help your sister, your brother, your neighbor. Do like community service. You can also read a book instead. Go to the city. Help out in a supermarket in your free time. Like, it doesn't have to be fun. Just time in real life away from the screen. And at the beginning, you're gonna experience, like, to a certain degree, actual withdrawal symptoms. But if you keep going, things are gonna be easier. Because with this doom scrolling and stuff, it's just your tolerance for normal life is minimal. Or like go to the library, read the book there. Like also just like being in society, right? Taking part in society, like going outdoors. Go to the mall, just sit there. Watch people. Not everybody is happy. Like, this will literally already adjust your expectations. Like, the only thing you need to do is take more part in real life. It will adjust your dopamine intake and it will adjust your expectations at the same time. Because you will see people at the mall who are unhappy, you will see people fighting, you will see an overwhelmed parent with their child. You will see a toddler which throws a tantrum because they didn't get what they wanted. You will see some person who behaves like an ass and like is making so much work to like the retail workers, you will see all kinds of emotions, the good and the bad. The longer you stay, more average it will be. I wouldn't even say like I wouldn't even look for like sort of like a oh flaws have like a reason to be there or anything. It's just it's really like people feel like this. We feel all emotions all the time. We have literal statistics on like how much people like if you for example like win in the lottery, how long it affects you. And it's about 3 months. After that, this life-changing experience is processed. You're back to normal. You adjusted. It's insane, right? Like you could win in the lottery, have all of a sudden all of these things you're worrying about right now are gone, fixed. And in 3 months, it would feel normal and you would have new problems. It's like all of our emotions are part of our lives. When I went to the mall, I envy that normal people life. So again, even though I don't want to compare myself, it's that's already good though to a certain degree, right? Because then it's already sort of a bit adjusted. You probably don't see it perfectly like balanced. You probably do have a bit of a filter to like embellish the life they have to the life you have. But still, then it's at least not social media standard, which is good. That's already progress. And you can go there, for example, with like a notebook and write down what specifically you would like to have. Like what specifically do you miss? And like really have the like very specific situations. Like I don't know, I would like to have a friend or like meet with a friend in the mall. Or I would like to be able to be so happy about buying ice cream. And when you journal about this, you know your goals, at least. And then you can work towards those goals. Like life is to a big amount, a lot of habits. Like even how we feel is a lot of habits. Like what we concentrate on, for example. Like if we concentrate on the bad stuff or on the good stuff. And then you can journal on like, I don't know, for example, where could you find a friend? And there are so many informations online, right? Like how can you find friends? Go to a club, for example. Go to a community center. Join like a sports club. Or I don't know, like ask with coworkers or go to the coworker uh like if they go for drinks after work or something, go with them. Or meet with the neighbor. Or really as easy as like do kind things for strangers. And some of them might be the friends you don't know yet. Like once you have actual goals, you can start working towards them. But you need to start small. I think the only thing that can make it better is money currently. But that's the thing, it wouldn't even. Like this old man found happiness being 69 and having to essentially beg for money and collect bottles. There's money can make like can solve a lot of problems, that's true. But it can't buy happiness. But if doom scrolling and maladaptive daydreaming is a problem, you could also look for a second job. But I would try to actually do something what you do with your hands. And maybe like in person. A lot of people make friends at work, for example. What is the toxic environment specifically? Because to me, it seems like you could already make friends, but you isolate yourself instead. Maybe you can't travel the world, but you could go to the city or go to a lake, go up a mountain, explore the environment which is around you, but you stay home instead. So, how would this change? Hmm. I mean, bird brain sometimes it's hard to take advice, and that's fair. It's also part of like from which perspective we approach advice from, right? Like the person who gave the advice already got the advice, and of course is like very convinced about it. While the person who gets the advice didn't like understand it yet, maybe, and isn't as convinced about it. The thing is, which I want to say, is you can still have these goals relaxing. Just because you're happy now doesn't mean you can never like move away. But seeing happiness as something you just get from achieving something. For example, you move away and then instantly you're going to be happy. For most people, it doesn't work like this. Like, there's a bunch of books about how that's a misconception. This is why there's so many people who say like the way is the goal and like happiness is a daily habit and like all of these things we hear all the time about happiness. And they have truth in them. It's gonna be way more stable if you're able to find happiness and build your happiness and make your own bubble of happiness, even in a situation like this. Because then, no matter if you're ever able to achieve that kind of money, no matter if the country you move out to is as good as you expected, no matter if you as easily find friends there or not, no matter all of these things, you're going to be able to find happiness. Because the happiness then doesn't depend and rely on the circumstances around you, but you create it instead. Because you choose what to focus on the bad or the good. You focus on, or you choose if you spend more time on being disappointed that something didn't work out or not. Or then you just try again. Well, that happiness bubble is sadly just like drugs. Not all the people where you live are the same. Yeah. I mean, not only maladaptive daydreaming, but really also doom scrolling. And I don't know, like, maybe you won't find that good friends in your culture right now. But not trying at all? And instead, maladaptive daydreaming and doom scrolling doesn't seem better. There's a lot of happiness we can find even in a broken world. But everything we consume is influencing us. So, doom scrolling, all the information you consume there, will influence your picture of reality. No matter if you are aware that it's fake or not, no matter, it will influence your reality and your perception of reality. But I think maybe the first step you need to do is choose if you even try to find happiness in your life like it is right now. Or if you're content having given up on that. Hmm. I mean, maybe that was too big already. Life is not easy, right? Like fixing problems we struggle with is not easy. Figuring out what we need, what our body needs, how we stay healthy, how we make good friends, how we find a partner, how we have a good relationship, all of these things are not easy. Figuring out how to raise a child, Lord, not easy. All of these things we do in life are not easy. There's not a perfect blueprint. It's not like math. It's not white and black. There's a lot of gray space. Everybody has a different opinion. It's really not easy. And just there, we still sort of need to build our happiness in that uncertainty, in that space where you always try to achieve more and you're always working something out no matter what, but something is always up. There's always some challenge ahead of you. There's always something which doesn't sit quite right with you. And something you don't know what to do about. There's a lot of uncertainty in life. And just within that uncertainty, we need to build our happiness. And being able to tolerate that. is not a thing we can just set our minds to. We can't just wake up and be like, okay, and now I'm a changed man and I'm gonna do it different. To a certain degree, sure. But getting habits out we had for a long amount of time, letting coping mechanisms behind we relied upon without knowing how to cope from now on. That's not a change you do from 0 to 100. So try to do something small. Try to work your way up, slowly but surely. Relaxing. And that could, for example, mean just getting another job on the side to have less time to maladaptive daydream. Or all the other things we sort of brought up beforehand. All right. Be right back. And hi, Raziel. How you doing? Oh, jellyfish. I'm sorry for you. And welcome to the stream. Were you able to rest since then? And I'm gonna be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna get myself a new drink. Be right back. welcome. I'm back. So stream 18 plus. Yeah, I think I set it to 18 plus. We talk about quite serious topics here. So welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? Thank you for the follow. So, relaxing. Are you back, by the way, or no? You want cuddles? Come here. Mookie. No? Okay. I told you can. Yeah. No? What is he doing? Do you want up or no? Come up. Ja. Dann nicht. No, the stream is set to 18 plus. I'm pretty sure. At least I always had it on that setting. Just, you know. Because otherwise you need to make sure it's like okay for like below 18, where it's like with these topics. I'm not gonna put my hand in the fire for that. Definitely no. He's just laying in the sun now. Like, what? Yeah. So, opium jellyfish, have you thought about the question I asked you before I left? Okay, he decided he's not gonna lay in the sun. Now he's laying in the shadow. Apparently it was too hot. I mean, I'm pretty sure it has like, I don't know, like 30 degrees in here or something. Okay, maybe not 30. But I could definitely open the window. It's gonna be cooler outside than inside for sure. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it does make sense a lot, right? Why that is the case. Because the miserable situation is just like, it is safer if we know the situation. Because we know the possible consequences, We know how to deal with it. We know what like the expectations are very set already. And after all, we just, our highest goal is always survival. So our body's like, a safer. I'm gonna stay with safer. Like, I don't care about happy. I'm gonna stay with safer. Like, I feel like it's really valuable information to actually know that our minds are not, like meant to make us like happy all the time or lead us to our happy life even. That's not the highest priority they have. The highest priority is always just survival. And that doesn't really care how, as long as you do survive. I wonder if we will, like, if evolution will do something different about that. Like if something is gonna, like, if priorities are gonna, like, adjust or something. If our survival is, like, not that endangered anymore. But at the same time, I don't think so. But there might be, like, a new method to how you survive. So there's, like, if you look at different species, there's a bunch of different metas, right? Like how they survived. And some species are really just about, like, reproducing as much as they can, essentially. And that's like their most important survival mechanism. And I think for humans, it's one of our most important survival mechanisms is really community. That's why I think community is so important and actually affects us so much. That's why emotional pain hurts like physical pain. And why loneliness is, like, statistically increasing our decreasing our survival chances. Yeah. I mean, it's not only the technology which is, like, hyper connected, and then, like, making us deeply isolated from reality. It's like making us deeply isolated from each other even. Right? Like, it's like hyper connected on, like, a very shallow level. But then making it, like, harder to actually engage in person, for example. I applied for 15 jobs this month and got none of them due to high demand. I did manage to keep myself busy fundraising for charity, so I guess it's still been a productive month. I mean, good for you, Papa Smurf. I mean, applying for 15 jobs is already a lot. Maybe you can, what we recently did is use this, like, on LinkedIn. There's this, like, fast apply thing for a lot of jobs. And you could just maybe also see there, because it's, like, easier, I guess, right? Like, to apply online, and, like, with this, like, fast apply thing, you could even apply for jobs where you think, like, okay, I'm not sure if my resume, like, really fits, or if that's really my cup of tea, the job, but give it a shot. Give it a shot. See what comes back. We did, like, I don't know, I think like 30 applications on one, like, evening that way. And for one of them, there's actually like uh like Zach got a how's it called in English? I just know it in German. Um but, like, that he's gonna talk with them, you know? Yeah. So I can only recommend them. Hi Birdie, welcome, welcome. There's actually the keyboard of my husband. Oh, sorry, the bell. Yeah, the heat wave is crazy right now. And hi, Faker Ming. Welcome, welcome. I've been studying programming and just resting at home before college starts. Bit worried about how we'll be paying the fees for the college, but gotta risk it for the biscuit or something like that. Everyone is doing good. Sending positivity to you all. Thank you, Faker Ming. I mean, maybe you can also like try and find something like on the side or something, like just like a few hours every week. But I don't know um how hard college is where you are. So, but there's in Germany, it's like really common to have like a job while like studying at university and stuff like this. For example, people usually do anything between like 8 to 20 hours a week. But I hope it works out with like paying the fees and everything. Yeah. Amazing, Faker Ming. Nice, nice, nice. We changed our internal boundaries and personalities based entirely on the temperature of the room and the people we're surrounded by. I mean, for sure, like everything influences us so much. Where's Zeg? I mean, at work. You've been waiting for him this whole time? Well, I mean, no, he's just at work. It's not gonna be a. I usually stream specifically like on the days where he's at work because it's like the easiest in terms of like audio. Because like otherwise, if he needs to call with somebody, that would like be on stream, and that's like not, you know, not okay. So he would move to like have to move to a different room. So it's like the easiest if I stream when he's gone, anyways. Oh, you meant on the server? I mean, he should still be on the server. Like he's never really active, to be honest. No, he's just called Zek on the server. Didn't change his name or anything. You've been waiting for his reply? Oh, I think you need to ping him again. Yeah, I don't know, just ping him again until he replies. I can also like let him know if I remember today evening. Yeah, he's not spending a lot of time on Discord, to be honest. It's not really his type of like medium, so. But yeah, don't worry about it. With him, you can definitely just like ping him again and again. Like he wouldn't just like ghost you like this. It just means he like literally didn't see it. Like we haven't played since forever even. Sending a risky text message times 3 of the other person typing into the most intense psychological thriller on earth. Mm. Oh, he doesn't from you out? Nah. He won't. Don't worry about it. Otherwise, you come and stream and tell me, and then I'm gonna let you back in. But yeah, all fine, all fine. So, how have you been doing, Birdie? I always prefer voice or video or in person over text because I cannot figure out what the other person is thinking. Yeah, I think that's also why, like, in text, I think it's really important to like give a lot of like credit to the uncertainty of the medium. If that makes sense, like I think it's so important to like if somebody is texting and you think like, huh, what like like what do they mean? It's like I always like usually like clarify because, text is just so many less signals as you usually have. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well too, yeah. I mean, the recent time has been amazing in terms of weather. Like for a few days like really hot, to be honest. But now it's like 25 degrees or something. It's just perfect. Yeah. I really like it. We've been at the a lake yesterday and like 2 days before that and 2 days before that and it's nice. It's nice. It's nice. We're really enjoying the good weather and are out as much as we can. And it's so much fun. Yeah, exactly. And now, actually, like today, my sister is with her school doing a trip to Amsterdam. So we're gonna visit her or like try to visit her tomorrow. And that's gonna be fun. I don't know if it's like proper like like properly gonna work out because they're still like there with the school. Like they have like school program and stuff like this. So I don't know how much they can do on their own or something. Um and I sort of like scuffed up my foot yesterday, but I hope I can like properly walk tomorrow again. We'll see, I guess. Um but yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. It's 37 degrees Celsius where you are. Oof. Yeah, we had like 38 degrees Celsius on Friday. Friday and Saturday, I think. Yeah. Yeah. You live to be 80 years old, your entire existence is really just a collection of roughly 29,200 individual days. Yeah. Honestly, like talking to this like elderly person was I don't know. Like he was really wise, I think. I don't know. It was so wholesome to talk with him. I don't know, he was so nice and so polite and wholesome. I think it's always really inspiring to talk to people who are so happy even though they're going through like a sort of like objectively rather like shitty situation or like unfair situation or hard situation, because it really just shows like damn, like you can be happy in any situation. And you know, if you're not happy, like don't chase the next goal or career, whatever, but just work on yourself. A month ago it was 46 degrees Celsius. Oh, jeez, buddy. Hiya. I mean, I hope everything was fine then. Welcome back, relaxing. I mean, I think relaxing was sort of like don't worry about it. I think we sort of um been at the end of it now, or is there like something we can like? Is there more specific advice you want, maybe? Like more actionable. Sorry, guys, I need to check the door because I hear constantly a door going, like you know. Okay, it was just the bathroom though, because we have like a weird problem that like sometimes like we have some doors in this apartment which just don't like just properly close. Um, but I don't know, for whatever reason they just sort of they don't like properly lock, if that makes sense. Like they sometimes just open, you know? And well, with the cat, like he's not here for that long yet, right? So we don't want him to like get outside or anything because we don't know if he would be able to like find back. But yeah, I wanted to ask if there's like maybe some more I don't know, like if we can help you a bit more to have like a specific next step relaxing? Or do you feel like the advice so far is already giving you that specific next step? Or do you feel like that specific next step is more like a thing where like you know already like you wouldn't do it and we need to find something else? I mean, I mean, you remember the advice we gave you beforehand, right? Which was essentially like try and be more in real life. So say yes to more things, like try to, I don't know, for example, like meet up with coworkers, or if some people invite you to really whatever, like go there, or like go to a club, go to the park, like just spend more time IRL, help people, do something kind for your neighbor, do something kind for a stranger, and that's already gonna put you in a better place to, you know, like not spend too much time like maladaptive daydreaming or scrolling on like doom scrolling on social media. Wow, Birdie. I hope you still do good work. What do you think of that next step? Relaxing. Is that like, does that seem like actionable to you or? The music's kind of nice, right? Yeah. Zach, by the way, still didn't finish a song or anything. I really want him to. He promised me he would finish one this year. I was initially hoping for more and was like, well, this year, duh. We'll see. We'll see. Whenever I try to socialize or go out, I mask a lot. I'm exhausted of masking and I tried having conversations with people, but it seems nobody understands me and when I'm talking. They don't take me seriously or give attention to me. Hmm. Okay, I see. Um, have you ever asked them why? Like, have you ever shared that, like, you don't feel like, I don't know, just like said to another person, like, hey, I don't feel like you're taking me seriously right now. Why is that? Or, like, is that so? Hmm. Well, so, I mean, I think on one hand, everybody is sometimes not gonna understand us, right? Like, that's like, and it's not even like uncommon. Like, I think like Zach and me like so often don't understand us. And are like, what the heck are you saying? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, huh? You know, but it's not that we're like, you know, like, oh, you're stupid or whatever. But it's just like, I don't get it. Like, explain. I don't understand. And so I think to a certain degree, there needs to be a bit of tolerance to misunderstandings, right? Um, because there's gonna be misunderstandings with people. But yeah, if it, of course, like if these misunderstandings turn to, I don't know, like them just like laughing at you, making fun of you and stuff like this, and there's no place to move past these misunderstandings, it's of course hard. Mm, have you tried to find a community, a local community maybe, which is more aligned with your goals? So, what are your life goals, for example? Like, is it just like moving out of the country, like moving away, seeing the world? Is it that or is it something else? Hmm. Okay. I mean, I think there's some communities even you could join and have like a higher chance of finding like-minded people. So, I don't know, like for example, um um if there's any sort of like technology community events or hub or something like this. Here in Utrecht, for example, there's um there's like a lot of like sort of community centers for technology and sort of like IT where like I don't know, there's like a coding evening like every week and stuff like this. Sort of in that direction, right? And sometimes it's like really hard to find and you need to go to like places where people can hang posters about stuff like this. Or for example, like oftentimes it's like closely combined with like some type of university or school. Um or with the regular community center, um, or even just like an online community which turned to a real life community. And um, they all said this place is better than any place in the world, even though they never moved or traveled anywhere. I mean, that's good for them, right? You could also, like, as a part time job, do something like a travel guide, for example. Then you get to meet a lot of, like, people who don't, like, who live at a different place and can, like, talk to them, ask them a bunch of questions. Or maybe just, like, work in your free time in like, a travel agency or something. Then you also get to talk to a lot of people who also are into, like, holidays and traveling abroad. Um, there's like language cafes where like people from different countries can meet and sort of like learn the language of different countries. And there's like oftentimes there's like also a bunch of expats going there, or people who are visiting and stuff like this. And definitely for sure people who are like also like really into other countries, right? So going to a language cafe could be really interesting. You look so white. I am. Oh, I don't, this X keyboard, Navandro. But welcome, welcome. How you doing? You wanted to marry in Korea, buddy. Oh, damn. All right. I mean, how did you get to that goal? They're close-minded and religious, and they want to follow the same life and rules as they have, and I don't want to. But I still can't leave because I'm financially dependent on them, if you get it, what I'm saying. Hmm. I think there's always some people who are different than that. Like, usually in, like, very much to the frustration to a bunch of leaders, but usually in any community, any city, there's people like you who don't fit into the box. So I don't think you're the only person. There might be, like, not these language cafes or something like this, but I feel like there will definitely be other people as well who who are with you on the same page. I mean, maybe you could try like Bumble, for example, like Bumble Friends, and like have in the caption that you're like really obsessed with other countries and like want to live abroad and stuff like this. I'm doing good, thank you, Navandrom. And hi, Sparrow, welcome, welcome. What we're talking about? We're talking with relaxing about their frustration with where they live right now and how it feels like there's not one single person they want to be friends with. All the people are religious and close minded and not the way they are. Um, and they do a lot of maladaptive daydreaming and doom scrolling. And we're sort of trying to find ways how to maybe do the first step into the direction of a happier life. Oh, I see, Birdie. Oh, chai would be amazing. Hmm. Have you ever considered writing them a message as to why they ghosted you? Or do you have an idea why? Because usually I do have to say, if there's a pattern, which we constantly run into, really like to the point where we're like, okay, this is a pattern in my life. Like, this is not a one time thing, this is not a two-time thing, this is a very constant pattern in my life. It usually has to do with us more than with other people. Good for you, buddy. And yeah, true. A family member of ours actually lives in America, and she also wants to like move back to Germany. At in like sort of like sooner, closer future. But we'll see how that's gonna work. Mm. Okay, I see. Have you ever gotten any feedback from like IRL people relaxing? Anything which was like sort of like maybe like why it's hard to talk to you or something like this? Or do you have any idea yourself maybe why that could be? Hmm. So do you think there's a difference between how you talk to those people who ghosted you and how you talk to those people who didn't? Hmm. That was her voice, Birdie? Damn. I get it, brownies. I mean, I too wished my parents would have bought Bitcoin when it first came out, but you know, there are some things you can't change. Hmm. Ah, okay, okay. So that was a different song, but you do have songs with her voice. Or just like made songs with her in terms of like just having the same hobby. Okay. So with the other people who ghosted you, the conversation was like already at that point, then like not going anymore, and they ghosted you. But that's like really in the beginning, no? Hmm. I see. Well, I think in that regard, it's not really. It's just about like finding people who are probably like accepting and open to people who are like trans and like where you are from, you know? Mm. Have you ever checked out, by the way, if there's some type of LGBTQ community where you live? Sometimes you can find these also through this website here. It's about finding like a crisis line. But it's like locally, so you can like type in your country and everything, and they have like all the different types of like crisis line, and they lead you to the website from those. So sometimes you can essentially with that just find the like a website of like an LGBTQ positive um like non, how's it called in English? Like volunteer business essentially. I don't know how to phrase it in English right now. Um and then on the website see that they have a community somewhere or like a community chat or meetings or something like this. All right. See you later, Birdie. Bye bye. Yeah, that's really nice. But exactly. So, like, with that helpline, you can just, like find like an LGBTQ website of like a community service, maybe. And you can like send them a quick message if there's any sort of like LGBTQ community meetups in your city, maybe, or even ask them if they could plan one or something, or if they know somebody who lives in that city. Am I back? Can you guys like hear and see me again? Is all good? Okay. Relaxing you too? Already reloaded and everything? Okay. Welcome back. I don't know what's going on today. Like, I really don't. Because I always have internet. Like, even if my stream disconnects, I have internet. So, I don't know why it's disconnecting. I need to make an update. Maybe it's going to be fixed with that. We'll see. So, it was great. Thank you for asking, Peaches. How about you? Um, but with this like LGBTQ community like website, for example, maybe they have like another trans person even they can yeah, like like connect you with. So you find a friend in your country. Maybe they're going through the same thing as well, and you can connect through that experience. I don't think it has anything like that's gonna help. Um, because it's not the bitrate which is the problem. It's just, I don't know. I think it's not even the internet which is the problem. Mm-hmm. Mm, hmm. Well, I think it's not out of league. I think where you live, there's very likely other trans people too. And like reaching out to this to such an LGBT website is probably, could definitely work. Or like, for example, maybe going by train to the next bigger city and like going to like an LGBTQ center there or something could also work. Even if it's not like directly where you live. Um, I think really it's about like the end goal is about finding a way how you can enjoy your life like it is right now, right? And finding like creating some type of a good life in that situation you're in. So it really depends on what that could look like to you. No, it's more about like how you can enjoy your life right now. Like that would be like how you are, like how you can turn happy, right? Even in the situation you're in right now. So that would be the end goal, no? A question: is there such a thing as too much mindfulness? Seems to preoccupy the mind and leads to a very self-centric view of the world around them. Hmm. I wouldn't really say that's necessarily mindfulness, though. Like, I don't think mindfulness is really self-centric, to be honest. And mindfulness, a lot of the time, is also really like not thinking, but like being in the moment instead. I mean, for sure, your goals can change with time. But that's like why, like, to what, like, the goal is in this conversation right now, right? Like, to what you want to move forward to a life which is more enjoyable and makes you happier than maladaptive daydreaming and doom scrolling. Yeah. So I think a very important part of this is trying to find out how this life would look like in the situation you're in right now. Like, you know that, like, someday you want to move and all of these things, but how could you enjoy your life and be happier already now with your current job in your current country? Like, would that mean you need friends? Would that mean you want to join clubs? Or that you are happier with the things you already have? Or that you maybe have an even closer bond to the people you're friends with online, that you can just spend more time with them, which would also take away time from daydreaming or doom scrolling. Or that you're able to work more towards your goals, like moving away. Just what that would need, how that would look like. I'm also on board with Groove Holmes in terms of there can be too much of anything, for sure. But usually mindfulness is like also very much from the concept balance. Because mindfulness is a lot also just like being attuned to yourself. Hmm. So the type of definition I find for mindfulness is sort of what I said, with this moment by moment awareness of our thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, surrounding environment for a gentle, nurturing lens. So what I said with like being in the moment, and so I don't know. I paid to be rather focused on a different state of mind. I mean, you want up? Cool. Everything seems like a test or something. They're trying to learn from. Sometimes things just happen, but they feel it's purpose driven. I think you can learn a lot with mindfulness. But I think, anyways, like, no matter if like they're doing it wrong or right, it really is also dependent on like how you interpret it and if it's a thing for you. I think what would be too much mindfulness? I think there's a lot of ways how you can do like mindfulness wrong, if that makes sense. Or like not really like as beneficial for yourself. So for example, I guess you could also like call it mindfulness if you try to control every thought. But that's not really mindfulness. There are people which are like very self-centered and call it mindfulness because they're very about like what do I feel and I want to do, and like I'm not gonna change or cooperate, like I don't give a fuck about anybody else, but I just focus on myself completely. And I don't know, I don't know if that is really like, I guess that can work out like not being as beneficial as they think. But it's also not really a place where I don't know. I feel like there are so many things where like we don't really need to make a judgment about other people. We just need to see how it works for ourselves. Like if you notice that the way you do mindfulness is sort of like making you stress the fuck out because you're like, "Oh my god, I need to analyze everything what is happening all the time. I can't just not think, but it's essentially like overthinking 3000 or something." Then like don't do it that way, right? So I feel like with everything, um, which is sort of in this department of like psychology, philosophy, there is there's a lot of things which work for a lot of people, But still, even though we have the statistic that like, oh, for 90% of people this works perfect, it's like a very individual thing. And you can still be that one person for who it doesn't really work, right? So I don't know. I feel like it's really about like what type of life do you want to lead? How do you define happiness even? How do you define success, for example? And how mindfulness serves you in achieving the life you want and achieving to feel the way that you want to feel. Right? So mindfulness here is defined as maintaining a moment by moment awareness of our thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and surrounding environment through a gentle, nurturing lens. So not judging them, um, and we're more like staying in the present instead of focusing on the past or the future. And hi, Super Slide, welcome, welcome, and thank you for the follow. It's like the mind observing itself and how it reacts to stimuli and how the mind drifts from one state to another. The knowledge that you're observing yourself, mind. Yeah. I don't think you need to, like, all the time observe it either. I think just being aware, really. Um, I feel like mindfulness for me, for example, means that if you're at the beach, um, just enjoy being at the beach. Like, don't think about, ooh, should I go more to the gym or less, or when do I need to get back home, or um, oh, I can't be too happy, or I should be happier, or like all of these things, but just be in the moment, you know? Just feel the sand beneath your feet, feel the breeze in the air, feel the water around your toes. Like, you know, just be in the moment, feel what you feel, and don't be too much in your mind, really. Like, mindfulness to me is really like not overthinking, but being very closely connected to your body. And hi, Holly Branch of Roses, welcome, welcome. I mean, I understand that these scenarios are like, you know, that they make you happy and they are a sweet escape from the life you have right now. But they just drag you even further from making the life you have right now a good life and enjoying that life. Right? Relaxing. It's like there's 1,000, a million, a billion fantasies where I could be happier than I am right now. None of those are going to help me to be happy in the life I am right now, though. For 58th mental health talk. Yeah. Towels. Yeah. um, but exactly, like if Bird Banes, you see it like this, where it's like not just like, seeing the changes of state of mind, but also being like, why this, why that, why all of these ways. Like, you don't have to do that. And I personally think I'm not, like, this is not really, it's like part of mindfulness, but it's not. Like, this can definitely, like, this is sort of like going into that direction of OCD, where like you have intrusive thoughts and then you're like, okay, why I have that thought? Like, I need to do something with it. I need to control it. I need to make it go away. I need to think about something else. I can't think about this. This is a bad thought. Like, it seems very judgmental. And also like very controlling. While mindfulness is more this practice of just being aware, like not really doing anything about it, but just having awareness for it. Like, I think mindfulness is also like not really like a state of mind which is like fulfilling like everything you're doing in the moment, or like occupying everything you're doing in the moment. Um so I would rather describe it as sort of like a tool or a technique or something like this. Because in itself, it's not like doing anything, right? So you can still choose what you want to do with the awareness, for example, and how you want to use it. I feel like free will is a really interesting topic. Um, I personally don't really think our world is deterministic. So I think to a certain degree, I believe that there are things we can do and we can influence. I don't think it goes to that amount that you can be a different person from one day to the next. And I think we're influenced by a whole shitload of things. Um, and I think who we turn out to be is definitely not entirely our choice. But I think there's some decisions we have influence on, which can, like this analogy of this like TikTok I've seen once, and which I really was like, yeah, damn, that's exactly. It's like with this like fishbowl. To like, we can't like entirely change the fishbowl, but we can go from like one to the next to the next. Just like tiny steps, which can put us in a certain direction. For example, like trying to change or just not trying to change at all. I think, we thankfully we don't need to judge. If something another person does is like, I don't know, is like right or wrong. Not our life, we're not concerned with that. We're no judges, we don't work in a court. If those people ask us for help or advice or their opinion or our perspective, like our opinion or our perspective, then like sure we can share it. But I think it's important to hold space for also us being like we are very different than another person, right? Like everybody's an individual, even though we're in a lot of ways the same. And language is really complicated and not very much straightforward. Like it's really hard to actually give somebody the exact, like thought you had, or like make them understand it. And also, we know a lot, but by far not everything. And we live in a world which is insanely complex. Like, even if it were deterministic, we would have a really hard time finding out how. Or getting to the point where we can really make sure we're right 100% of the time. So I think it's always important to leave space for all of these unknowns, to have multiple answers to a lot of things. Also, for example, what is a good life? My sort of mind experiment in that regard is always like, you have a person in front of you which is addicted to drugs. And there's a thing where, like, usually we would all say, well, they shouldn't take drugs anymore. It's bad, you know? And we're not gonna, like, this is like, there's no good argument for it. It's just bad. Like, we as a society, we decided, we're very sure of this. But the thing is, change the context. Maybe that person never turns old. Maybe that person dies within a month. And their life goal is to experience as much dopamine as they can. All of a sudden, drugs might actually be a pretty good way to achieve that. So, am I gonna now be the person to tell them, like, oh, you can't do this? Because your health, which doesn't even matter because you die in a month, is gonna suffer under it? You know what I mean? Like, there is this life is so complicated that, and so complex that we will never grasp and never know the entire context to even have the argument for like a black and white deterministic decision on something. And so much of the knowledge we have can still be proved wrong, or could, if we would find different evidence. Have you ever been into maladaptive daydreaming? Yeah, I have. In teenage years. Also, sometimes up to this point, I'm a very creative person. Daydreams was always sort of a thing. And daydreaming itself is also not harmful, right? Like, it is a very, like, valid coping mechanism. If it turns harmful, then we call it maladaptive daydreaming. Like, if it's influencing your life and how you want to live your life and standing in between you and your goals. But it's sort of the decision to, like, I don't know, like, if you eat chocolate if you feel bad, if you do that once or like once in a while, that can be really like a really good coping mechanism that can work perfectly and have no whatsoever negative outcomes to it. If you do that the entire time, well, that can end bad. So also with that, it's about balance. I mean, that's a fun thing though, right? Right, Hook? It's like we don't 100% know yet. So you need a spotlight, Peaches? Um, we would end the stream though in like half an hour. Do you have like a specific question? Like, what would the question be for the spotlight? What would you need advice on? Or help with? Just so I can gauge how long that might take. If we can get that done in half an hour. But what is definitely important is to also like take that into account. That like there is a discussion, a valid discussion about like whether free will is like a thing or not, right? And just the fact that it is a discussion which has a basis to it. You know, it's not like the earth is flat or something, you know, this has actual like scientific basis to it. Is actually already, I think, helping to understand the point that we can't just rely on willpower. Like, if we just are like, oh, I'm like, my life is always my life entirely. It doesn't matter what I decide around it. Like, I can pick wrong friends, I can pick the wrong job, I can, like, you know, like, do all of this, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Like, it does matter what we consume. It matters what like people we're friends with. It matters what country we're born into, what culture we were born into. Like, all of the things around us matter a lot and influence us a lot. To the point where we argue about whether free will is actually a thing or not. So if we do want to believe that free will is a thing, for example, how we approach like habit making, we should take all of these things into consideration, right? So for example, if we want to, I don't know, like start doing more sport or whatever, just having the sport things like the accessories like out and like ready to go at any moment, like making the barrier to actually start it as low as possible is an important step, and it will help to make us be successful more like easier. Or I don't know, like doing more with friends or including our friends in our new goals and being like, hey, I want to go to the gym twice a week. You want to go too? And just like having as much people around us where we do that with. Or I don't know, tell all the people around us already about our goals and be like, yeah, I'm going to do that for the next 3 months so that we can't like bugger out anymore. Or making the first goal really, really tiny so it's easy to start and it's easy to achieve that and build the inertia to, like, keep going. And already making a plan for the day where you don't feel like going to the gym, you know? It's just basically I feel like I'm not safe anymore in several communities. One in particular, after this Rich said she's not gonna ban someone, even though the person went out of their way to DM me to self promote and then tell me to F off when I declined their services. Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of things coming together now, Peaches. No, it's not. Bird Banes is not as like easy because Peaches is going through a pattern of this at the moment. There's been like another person like sort of like stalking Peaches, and now this, and then there was another case in our community as well where uh, there was, well, it was more of like a miscommunication. Um, but it's just adding on to all of this as well. So it's, yeah, it's past the point of just being like, this is out of my hair. Now, hmm. Would you want to build the tolerance to be fine even if it happens again? Right? But I mean, what protection means can vary greatly between streamers, right? And between communities. Like, I think it's valid that you're like really annoyed by this, I think it's actually also valid to just be like, I'm not gonna instantly ban somebody because of that, you know? Yeah. So I feel like maybe it's it would be more helpful to work on the tolerance to be able, even if it's that low life again, feel safe. Even if something like this happens again, feel safe. And work on that part instead of hoping to find communities which are perfect, where nothing is gonna go wrong, where nobody will ever DM you even though they didn't ask, and all of these things. Because I think that is gonna be hard. Like this Twitch etiquette that like people like ask first before they DM, like some people know it, some people don't. And hi Shushu, welcome. That's hard, but I'm feeling like I have to look over my shoulder every day because of him. Hmm. So actually blocking him like that, like Twitch blocked him, didn't really help. And you still don't trust that piece. Indy, are you here right now? Because I would love to have another spotlight message for Peaches. Hmm. I think it might be more useful to work towards not being emotionally affected if people text you stupid stuff and you don't like that. What do you think about that? Mm. Shushu, right now in our stream, we have these spotlights where if I am in a spotlight with a person, I focus completely on that person so they get my full attention. And then afterwards, I'm coming back to like the general chat and we can talk about anything and you can ask me all the questions you like. So if it's okay, I would just leave that question for after the spotlight. Is that alright with you? Trying to work towards that, but like I feel like, I'm a stickler for rules. I know, but the thing is, in our society, we have only very few rules which are actually black and white. And even those are not really black and white. So the thing is, this rule set you have really comes from you. And it's not something everybody has to stick to. So it's a thing where even if people think different on that, they're not bad people for that. It's just a different definition of rules they live by. And their rules are as valid as yours. But the thing is, those rules are valid for us. We can't push them on others. No, it's fine, Shushu. I know. We sort of moved into this very fluidly. That's why I informed you. Don't worry about it. I really like that question, though. So I want to get into it afterwards. But do you know what I mean with that, Peaches? Or do you disagree? Okay, true. I just kind of like, I explained to the streamer what I explained to you last time, and she said she didn't care. It's not her problem. Yeah? I mean, that's fair, right? Like, you can have like very narrow community rules, but you also cannot have very narrow community rules. And that's also okay, right? Like, here, we do have more like strict, let's say, or more narrow community rules. But this is really for, because we are in a community where there's a lot of different things clashing together, right? And not only that, but there's also, on top of that, a lot of people clashing together which don't have a lot of tolerance. So this is why our rules don't really expect people to have too much, like to need to have too much tolerance. Because it's very sort of like rather narrowly cut what's okay and what's not. But for people who are like really, you know, like really just not, you know, not expecting people to be extremely vulnerable and not trying to like take responsibility for other people and like help them with their emotions, but are just like, hey, everybody here is dependent, like independent, I mean, then rules are gonna be really like, you know, like sort of pretty free. And like the hard society knows they're gonna be out of the question. But apart from that, it's gonna be the golden rule of everybody has to get along with everybody. And if you don't, that's a thing you have to take responsibility for and fix, not us. Yeah. I think honestly, the like turning off Twitch DMs would be really good because you really don't like when people don't ask you beforehand, right? And that way you can always like people can ask you in chat, and if you're okay with it, then you just send them a DM first. Like also for general things, right? Because there's been this like this is not only this like stalker type situation now, right? This turned into a rather like vulnerable topic for you, like into a wound spot where you don't have the tolerance for everybody. So taking that step to be like, okay, I'm gonna turn off Twitch DMs, if I do want to DM with everybody, I'm just gonna send the first message. And also with Discord, for example, be like, only friends can DM me. Then like people on like can send you a friend request first. Everybody you don't know, you can just, be like, be gone. Or like people ask you on the server first and then you send them the first message. Like that's gonna make it easier for you. But on the other hand, you gotta go relaxing. All right, bye. I hope we could help. And like we told you some like first steps you could take. But I think after all, it's still trying to find out how a happy life in your situation right now would look like. So maybe you can share what you journaled about next time. That's how I have set it up on Discord, I believe. I mean, then perfect. So there you can't be like bothered anymore. Except you take the accept the friend request. Apart from that, the other thing you might want to look into is getting into the concept of exposure therapy. And if you're seeing I always forget, do you see a therapist at the moment, Peaches, or no? Hmm. I see, I see. Mm, mm, yeah. I mean, I hope that's gonna change soon. Um, so essentially, I guess, the concept of exposure therapy in this context can, again, it's very individual. You can start at many different levels. But it's sort of means you confront what you fear and you learn that everything is okay and that you can handle it. Right? So you can, for example, do that by just experiencing it, just not doing anything, not changing anything. And whenever you are experiencing something like this, the first you do for yourself is that you just acknowledge how you feel, but you also acknowledge that you're safe. You're physically safe. It's just online, it's just a message. This person can't hurt you. They can't make you do anything. The other thing, if it's already sort of at this level where you have like intrusive thoughts about, oh man, maybe that's him, or hopefully I have no message and all of that, it can work to just be like, okay, that's an intrusive thought, and just, like, that's an intrusive thought, not think about it, if that works for you. It can also be like to be like, okay, and if that were to happen, I'm gonna be fine. And really think about it like happening, like you opening your phone, there is another message, he found another, I don't know, account to text you, and to just know, okay, but then, even then, I would be fine. And like the emotions I'm gonna get, like I know what to do, like I have these and these emotional regulation strategies, and I can handle it. You could even tell friends of yours or something to send you Twitch DMs from accounts to you unknown. That might be hardcore though, and that's probably not a first step you want to take. But it's like there's many different ways you can expose yourself to this. And the general idea is that you accept that this can happen. And that you get to a point where you feel well, yeah, tolerant. It's like, it's not like, you know how I mean, like feel tolerant towards it. And highlight us you. Welcome, welcome. Let me see if I can find like a good article on this. There's a general article. It explains all the different types of exposure therapy too. Because like there's also like, for example, like imaginary exposure therapy in all of these ways. Okay, I don't know what you heard then. But Yeah, exposure therapy would be the way how to untrain this amount of anxiety from a person texting you, and to hopefully train your body to the point that you don't have this amount of reaction to somebody sending you a mean DM. Mm, yeah, but there's a lot of different ways. First, please do read through the article of exposure therapy. Like, inform yourself about like how it's supposed to work, because you're not supposed to push yourself too far. Okay. There is the possibility of re-traumatization with exposure therapy. Like, if you don't do it right, but essentially, like, you're supposed to be confronted with fear, but to a degree where you can handle it, where you can cope, right? And so, and with all of these things, like the different types of exposure therapy, for some, one of those work better than some others, right? So try them and like try them on a low level. And if you feel like, okay, that feels better now than before, then good. You can proceed with that one. If you feel like, okay, that's worse, then don't, right? But to a certain degree, also, um, exposure therapy really helps if you have like an avoidant behavior towards the thing you're fearful of, right? And I think this is also why I sort of like give it to you as like maybe that could be a good possibility for you. Because what I see at the moment is you're quick to ask for help from a streamer, and that's not bad, right? But with the stalker and like the, you know, like then like sending a message instantly to the mods being like, hey, ban that person, there's not much gray space. There's a lot of like black and white. There's a very hard line, essentially, like a hard boundary, and you're trying to push it as far away from you and towards others as you can so that you're perfectly safe and it's never touched. While this is, to a certain degree, a very common online experience, though, right? And this is sort of the combination where, for topics where like exposure therapies might be worthwhile, because you can't change the entire planet and you still have to be okay. Like, things like these will happen. And for example, even if the streamer does ban the person instantly, it's still the first damage then is done. So essentially, what we're trying to do with this is have this first very strong emotional reaction you have with that. Trying to get that a bit more in check, so that you're like fine, you know. and not as influenced by it. And hi, Wester. Welcome, welcome. And so I think it would be beneficial, like teaching yourself that you're able to handle this and that you're safe, even though that would happen and could happen. Like the chance of somebody like stalking you, sadly, with the internet, if you are like very, like, you know, like online, like very active, is just there, sadly, right? And to a certain extent, of course, we're gonna like protect ourselves from that, right? Like that's also like, I don't have my IRL address on stream, obviously not. Like I try to keep myself safe, right? And this is also why, for example, this advice Indy gave, where like turn Twitch DMs off, for example, or have on Discord that only friends can DM you. I think that's very valid, like especially like if you don't like these sort of things when people just text you like this, you know, just have that turn off, like take that safety measure. But if you feel like, oh my god, like you're still, even though this is over, now still scared and still like a bit like to a certain extent like a bit paranoid that this person is going to come up again, just teaching yourself that you're safe, even if something were to happen, is maybe kind of nice. Just having this, like, you know, this feeling of safety come from within instead of the outside having to align with it. I know what you mean. But this is just a thing where, like, everybody has different rules, right? And even if it's a server rule, like, a lot of people just have this, like, sort of copy pasted from somebody else. You don't know how serious they are about these server rules. If they're gonna ban people instantly, I think for a lot of people, it also, like, really depends on, like, what the message is gonna be, if it's gonna be nice, and, like, if the message itself is, like, sort of, like, seems accurate for the ban and like all of these things. And this is just a thing where I feel like I personally, I also really like rules, right? If there is a clear expectation on what to do, what not to do, perfect. And I'm also can sometimes be like get a bit of like, you know, like frustrated if it doesn't work that way. But the thing is, even if you look at yourself, rules are, even though sometimes they're like very clearly phrased, still always a bit of ambiguous. Like there's always communication between you and the other person, like things changing, things being updated, opinions changing, context mattering, and all of these things. And that's usually for all people like this. We can't communicate perfectly. It's just a thing which doesn't work, right? Like there's always going to be misunderstandings or something going wrong. And even with boundaries, like there's so many people are a bit unsure about their boundaries. Like it's really, really common. It's really is a very, very normal thing to not know 100% where the cutoff point is. Like it's always usually a thing where like context really matters and then it moves from black to white through some gray space. And where the line really falls, like really depends on the day, on what happened before, on the context and everything, right? As for example, for you after this week, if somebody were to DM you without asking, you would probably take and like be way more like upset about it than like I don't know, like a year ago where this whole stalking thing was never even on your mind as an option, right? So all of these things really, really depend on context and really keep that in your heart that even though something seems black and white, And even though you may be like, you know, like getting like really irritated why that person is not like to a T enforcing these rules and these are just there like black and white, like why can they not do that? It's so simple. It's never that simple. There's always gray space, and that's completely human, completely normal. I do that, you do that, and there needs to be a certain amount of tolerance for that. Otherwise, there will always be conflicts and misunderstandings on these rules. This is also why talking about rules, there's usually always a first warning, there's always another explanation, you know, because you need to make sure people like actually understand before you want to like really punish them. Like the intention is important, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna like ban somebody for like a misunderstanding, which is would be also really frustrating, right? No. And maybe, honestly, maybe you are also, which could be a thing, right? Could be. Because, like, if you are like me in that regard, but very common is if you are yourself a stickler for the rules, it can come from anxiety. And if it does, it's usually not a thing you really choose for yourself, but you have learned to choose and live by because of the experiences you made. And that you are yourself frustrated to having to stick so close to somebody else's rules and there not being a lot of space to, you know, like clear up misunderstandings, like be really understood, be like okay to make mistakes and all of these things, but having to be so hyper aware to never step out of line. And that can then also add on to the frustration if other people do it and don't get punished, because it's a space we don't give ourselves. It's grace we don't give ourselves. And we sometimes push ourselves to limits, even trying to stick to rules, when we then notice we wouldn't have to. And that can make it even more frustrating. So, turning more tolerant of others and more understanding towards others can also, then, if it's that, really help us to be more understanding towards ourselves, to be more accepting of ourselves. Especially if we, I don't know, go back on an agreement or, you know, don't feel comfortable with a boundary we set before or don't want to change something else and have made a mistake, can really help in these situations. But I think right now it's important that you learn that you're safe and that you learn to trust that again and not try to fix it by putting more and more and more and more and more and more and more safety measures in and hating the world for not protecting you from it. But instead, accept that this is a risk of life, a risk of the internet. And then sometimes these things happen, but even if they do, you're fine. I'm glad to hear that. You're welcome. And hi, Never Meow Alone. Welcome, welcome. And thank you. So, do you think that wraps up the spotlight, Peaches? Don't worry about it. Like, if there's, like, that's the thing, right? Like, if I feel like if there's spotlights where you have like a specific question, like a specific help you need, it's like usually like it's like really clear cut how to help you. And then we definitely do help you, like, and really like that and enjoy that and happy to help, you know? Um, so I don't know. It's sometimes we don't need some, and sometimes we need many, and that's okay. And for me, like the only thing which really like influences like how easy or not easy something is really just if there's like a specific specific question, because then you know how to help. All right. Now, this is why the concept of exposure therapy used on your life really can work so amazingly, right? To just always push yourself a bit to do the things you're scared of and give the world another chance. Give the world a chance to prove you wrong. So, is there anybody else who has a question about what we just talked about in the spotlight? Otherwise, I would say let's wrap up the stream today. It's been a long one. It's getting way too hot right now. Really like sweating on the chair. Um, you have to head to the doctors. Uh, I hope you get like healthy soon again. Not about the spotlight, about something else? Go for it. And Shushu, are you still here? Otherwise, we could get into your question. Apart from that, I think I'm gonna skip belly breathing today. But I'm just gonna start with stretching already. So, whoever is not texting right now, do stretch. Do something healthy for your body. Sitting so long is really, really unhealthy for us. Going to the gym, like, I don't know, 3 times a week or something is actually not offsetting the effect of sitting for 8 hours a working day. I was only going to make a joke about how are you at fixing random fractures. What do you mean? Aren't fractures like a medical thing? Like, isn't that like breaking something? Oh, my arms have like muscle pain from playing like beach ball so long. Yeah, not exercising is the worst part about this. I mean, technically. I'm just saying, like, the upper body is still fine, you know? You just need to get there somehow. Just wasn't a very good joke. I mean, to be fair, you didn't make the joke, right? You just told me that you were gonna make the joke. I've been doing Pilates every single day. Today is day 181. Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah, no. Nope. I do want to do more sport, but I don't do enough. But I want to start going to the gym again. So we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna go today. I would like to actually. I think that would be nice. But there is no interesting upper body exercises. The fun ones involve the whole body. I think if you go to the gym, just do whatever. Like any amount of exercise is gonna make your body feel better. And I don't know, maybe you can find something other in it, which is fun. You got a nutritionist, she wants me to micromanage my food intake. I mean, if you want to do that, go for it. I certainly would never. Food is such, like, can be such a hassle for me already because I'm like such a picky eater, right? And because I don't really feel hunger, but just appetite. And so if I were to do that, like I had times where I really cared about what I eat, like too much. And I would just sometimes not eat over eating something bad because it was too much hassle to make something good or we didn't have it there. So I'm really glad that like nowadays I like, of course I try to eat like a lot of fiber, you know, like not too many carbs, not too many sugars and stuff like this. But I just want to live life. I don't, you know, like maybe next World War is gonna break out in 3 years, and then you don't get ice cream anymore. I don't know. Maybe I die in a car crash in 2 years. You know what I mean? Like you're every day is important. You never know how long you still have. Food is way too much of my life quality to let go of it. So like I eat healthy within as long as it's fun and then it stops. But to me, to be fair, that is kind of like there is a lot in that. So our breakfast is like super healthy, it has a lot of fiber, protein, not like no sugar. Um, a lot of my other favorite foods have a lot of fiber, and I can just integrate more fiber. Like I really like vegetables. I eat a lot of vegetables. Um, Otherwise, I have like a fiber supplement I usually also take to just not have to worry about not eating enough fiber, you know? And fiber is like just one of the like most important things, honestly. Like if you want to eat better, eat more fiber. Um, and less sugar, I think, is the second most important. And that's something where I'm like, you know, I just don't try to like overdo it with sugar. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna eat sugar for like weeks or something. Like, hell no. I have half-kilogram dumbbells that my brother got me as a joke one year. But at home currently, I don't know what physically to do. I mean, half a kilogram is not too much. I mean, you could use like water bottles. Like if you have like 1.5 liter water bottles, for example, that's a dumbbell right there. And with 1.5 liter, you can do at least a little bit, you know? Like you can do these exercises where you hold it like in the front. Because like, you know, that's like quite like holding that for a certain amount of time. That's definitely gonna do something, you know? But it's definitely not the like, ooh, push, push. It's like the I'm gonna do this for 10 minutes and then my arms are gonna die type of exercise. If you have like a way to get to the gym though, I mean, then you can do anything. You wanna gain some weight? Oof. Hmm. Yeah. But I mean, as long as you're like supposed to eat more, that's good, no? I don't know, like, can you use your body if you like can't use your foot? Like, if you're not supposed to like really move your foot? You know, it seems kind of like seems a little bit hard. I think like seems a little bit like gotta be careful. You do gotta be careful, but yeah, like the knee push-ups. I think the knee push-ups are a pretty good idea, maybe. Mm, I mean, you can always do sit-ups or like these like um Russian I don't know, where you like sit up position but you go like this to this. Um hmm, Russian twist, yeah. Exactly. Mm. Oh my god, you could do one-legged yoga, but if you can't hold your balance, it's gonna be bad. Um, so I'm not sure if that's good. My foot actually seems kind of fine. Like there's still a bit of pain, but it's better. Yeah. Why did it sound so? Oh. All right, guys. All right, queens and kings, or other royalty. We see ourselves the next time. Let's do all stars and finish up now. I mean, try the knee push-ups, then I guess. Um. Mm, my my all stars today was I think at the end to talk with Peaches. That was just really straightforward. Like we were so quick. I don't know. Yeah, don't worry about it, logical. But always thanks for the advice. I always appreciate if the community is chiming in. And welcome, welcome. So, what are you guys' all stars? Like your favorite moments of the stream? Like for me, I think it was the talk with Peaches. I think honestly, the talk about escapism in general was also really interesting. But it was a bit harder, I think, to actually like get to a good point in the conversation because there wasn't as clear of a help request. Um, mm, so yeah, I think it was the talk with Peaches for me. Yeah, I also really liked how like neurodivergency coded that talk was. So that was my favorite. How about you guys? What's your all stars? But yeah, the cat is very cute. Pass through. He's a he, by the way, though. But yeah. But I see you were setting up the joke. Yeah, don't worry about it, logical. We all see that you meant it in a nice way with your advice. So what we're talking about right now is like All Stars is just like sharing your favorite moment of stream, essentially. But if you're only here for the end, well, then you probably maybe don't have that very favorite moment. Otherwise, we're like really about like mental health in general, like psychology, philosophy, resource sharing, educational content, and yeah, also mental health coaching. Yeah, just yeah for free to whoever needs it. Hmm. Do you guys hear Zach? He's showering cold right now, and I just hear the entire time like whoa. Hello, hello, kitty. Me giving unsolicited advice, very big moment out of me. I should always do it. Obviously, being sarcastic. Ah, don't be hard on yourself. It's really fine. Like, we all give unsolicited advice sometimes. You wanted to help. Really cute meow meow. Is he gone already? Yeah. He's outside again, laying in the hallway on the floor, trying to cool down. Nein, aber ich nicht. Alles gut. But yeah, I don't know with the delay from Twitch. It's really annoying. Like I personally, I always have it on like minimum delay or like low delay settings or whatever. But yeah, doesn't really matter. I think. Like at some point, Twitch is always putting a delay in. Sometimes it gets really, really strong. But sometimes also people just need to reload and then the delay is like basically gone. Like it's really odd. But yeah. My hair's amazing in this scene. Well, the secret is you shower on the day where you let people see it. It's like, yeah, I showered before stream, so I don't know. Yeah. That's it. But thank you. And hi, Roots. I'm sadly going offline now. I'm sorry, buddy. But we're gonna see each other in the next stream. The next stream is gonna be on Thursday. It's gonna be at 12 o'clock, same time as today. It's 12 o'clock CST. So I love to speak with you all then and there. And yeah, I think then we're wrapped up. Everything you need to know, every links you need is the Discord link. No surprise League Wednesday streams. In this heat, probably not actually, but I will keep it in mind. Then the past streams are all okay. Well, all is actually a lie. Now that I've been to Germany, because I didn't upload the Germany streams to YouTube. Because I was so busy when I was in Germany, but the streams I do with this, if you see this background, it's always gonna be on YouTube afterwards. So if you want to rewatch something or you think you missed something, you can do it there. If you want to support my creative work, which I do separate to the stream, you can check it out in my shop. And apart from this, definitely do check out my resources list. It has everything from my family's recipes to how you can fix a washing machine to like all cool free links on the internet, free learning platforms, mental health resources, articles about really cool studies, like book recommendations, really from A to Z. There's everything in there, and I can highly recommend it. So yes, thank you everybody for being here. It was a pleasure again, and see you guys on Thursday. I do have to say, I hope it gets cooler again for the streams, because if I have to stream in this temperature, it's always really annoying, because it always gets way too warm. But I hope you guys are fine. Maybe go outside if you want to. Do check in with yourself. So check if you have, like, are you hydrated? Otherwise, do hydrate. Have you eaten enough? Otherwise, eat. Have you aired out your apartment? Is there fresh air, or are you maybe already having headaches? Do you want to stay at the PC, or is your back already hurting, or your butt already hurting? Maybe then go do some exercise or something. Talk to friends, do stuff which is healthy for you. Check in with yourself what you need on this day. Next stream live from my IKEA chat. Exactly. With the Ergo.